Hello, everyone. Hello. I'd like to thank Greenlow for the resub. Good morning, everyone. It's not morning. It's afternoon. It is afternoon. Shows how much I'm paying attention to time, right? Uh, Hello, Sarah Lengay. I mean, girls are great. I can't refute it. It's morning somewhere in the world. Uh, so it's been a little while. I didn't mean to go this long without streaming. Hello, Ride Wings. Um, I didn't mean to go this long without streaming, but my sleep got completely out of whack and my tooth was acting up and there was just a whole bunch of stuff. It took me this long to be wide awake at 3 p.m. And I wasn't going to stream Arcturus at like I wasn't going to stream Arcturus at like 3 a.m. and have all you guys wondering what the heck happened. That would suck. Uh, I'm glad to see all of you. I'm glad to be here and glad to be streaming. Yeah, that was the last yeah, the last bit donation I got, I think. Yeah, that's the bit donation. Like all of these are recent events. You've got the latest follower, the latest subscriber, the latest bit donation, the latest straight up donation, the latest raid, the latest host, and then the follower and subscriber counts. And guess what? We are at 930 followers. We're just starting to get really close to the big 1000. That's wild, isn't it? That's wild. So, I'm just glad to I'm glad to be here with all of you guys. How am I? I'm good. I'm good. Um, yeah, did I have anything to say? I felt like I had something to say. Sometimes it's really hard to figure out what you're going to say, right? Words are hard. So, um, yeah, I like it. The font is the same as the one in my logo. Check out words. They were last playing Daisy. uh, English is indeed a language of many roads and many dead ends. Yes, it is, Arcus. It really is. Okay, I'm gonna play video games. Like, has anybody ever heard of somebody playing video games on Twitch? I might be the first one to do it. Let's see, where's the Arcturus scene again? Here it is. Last time we left off on Arcturus, we were in the desert town, Ephesus. We were needlessly harassing Layla, the poor woman who works at the tavern. And we are nearly at our weight limit, but there's no storage. Oh, no game audio? Oops. I could fix that. I need to stop letting that happen. Thanks for being on top of that, mods. You're gonna prop me up in the glove box? Well, okay. Just be careful. I mean, I guess you're a passenger, not a driver. Anyway, we are almost at our weight limit, and there is no box nearby for storage, so that sucks. I actually looked it up, and there is no storage box anywhere you can access during Ephesus at night. The person writing the guide that I occasionally reference actually complained about this, because there is some special item trade that you can only do in Ephesus at night. And yet, if you don't have the items before nighttime, you can't go get them. I'm not even surprised. I'm really not. You know, the light fixture in my room has 2 light bulbs, but one of them is dead right now, and I keep forgetting to ask Roto to replace it. Hi, RPG. Hi, me. Roto. Those Bagginses. Roto, do we even have any extra light bulbs? I mean, on one hand, no, that sounds like a terrible idea, but on the other hand, low light conditions do mess up my tracking. Hey, you want some cool stuff? I do. Then bring me a braided hat and a chaos shield and I'll give you something for them. See, this is the trade. It only appears at Ephesus and only at night. And there is absolutely no way. There's absolutely no way for me to go get those items. What the? What in the 7 hex? Dude, that isn't how prices work. That is not how prices work.
Chaos control is?
Damn 4th Chaos Emerald.
Kid, I don't think you're qualified to run a shop. Is it just the devs trolling the player? It's possible. What the heck? Is this sword actually good?
Out my contact.
No, not really. Okay, so we gotta stay at the inn. Open up. Who's there at this hour? There is no box. It's me, Layla's father. Layla is in trouble. What? That hooligan, Kebab, has kidnapped Layla. I'm sorry, what? That... Please, save her. That's right, no credit clearance. Trails in the sky 0.5. People in town are scared of him. They won't help. I don't want to admit it, but you're my only hope. We have to hurry. That girl isn't Celine. Shut up. She is Celine. Tell me everything, old man. It can't be helped. Hey, sis, wait. What do you want from me? Let me show you what I want. It's your fault as a bar girl for not having accepted my love, honey. Oh my god, this is gonna get creepy. You'll be sorry if you do that. You're strong-willed like a pussycat. Well, that's why I fell in love with you. If they find out, they'll chase you out of town. Don't worry, they're so scared of me they won't do anything. I'm the king of Ephesus and you'll be my queen, honey. You creep, go to hell. Come on, be a nice girl already. Let's have some fun, just the two of us, alright, honey? Don't come any closer. Glah. Bastard, what did you do to Celine? Celine, who's that?
You knocked out my contact!
Is Kebab supposed to be his name? Heck no. Heck no. I can't remember off the top of my head what it should be, but definitely not. This translation got several names wrong. Sometimes even names that were written in English already.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
Once I've dealt with them, you're next. Make your prayers. Father, run away. You have some nerve to take Celine from right under my nose. I told you, I don't know no Celine. You're safe now. Layla. Well, that escalated quickly. It just... I guess Sis was that mad. He just went boom. Wasn't even a fight.
Speed fast and way too fast!
Patchy, I don't think you should say that. It escalated and resolved, yes. I'm fine. I have to thank you all for saving her. Good. Things would have gone bad without you. You have my thanks. Hey, Felly. I will never forget your kindness. Maybe I just wanted a substitute for Celine. I have to forget about her. It was nothing. I'll be leaving this town tomorrow. I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused. Layla isn't really my daughter. Father? Let me tell you everything. I used to be a rune sticker, you know. Then 2 years ago I found my wounded Layla in the Imperial Tomb's ruins. Since my wife died, I was so unhappy that I took to drinking. But since I met Layla, actually it says Lelia for some reason, she made me rediscover kindness. I love her like my own daughter. I've been so happy since she's come here. I was afraid to lose her. That's why I lied. I'll be fine without Layla now. This time, it's my turn to help her get on with the right path. I don't mind. I'll stay by your side, Father. I didn't want you to find your memory back. I guess that's not wrong grammar. It's kind of... Nobody would ever say that, but... I was certain that you would leave if it happened. I'm not going anywhere. I still haven't finished my story. When I saved you in Nebuchadnezzar, you weren't alone. There was a young boy holding you. He was so wounded that I thought it was too late for him. That's why I only saved you. Layla, had that child not protected you, you would have died. No. After I brought you to a doctor, I went back there, but the boy was already gone. I thought he'd been eaten by a monster. However, he survived it. It was that man that saved you today. Things are different now. They've changed. That's the second time that man has saved you. So, Layla, go with him. I believe he knows the path you should now take. Father, thank you. That's great, Sis. Your intuition was correct. Celine, please take care of Layla. No, Celine. Thank you for being honest with us. We have to do something to give Miss Celine her memories back. Wait a moment. As I thought, someone has sealed her memories. A seal? How can we remove it? The first method would be finding the person who did it and make them undo the seal. The other one is more difficult. Someone would have to follow my guidance into her mind and unlock her memories. If she rejects it, the intruder may die. It may be very dangerous. I'll do it. If I go, I'm sure Celine won't refuse me. Also, I feel like it's my responsibility. Then I will come with you. Do you have to come with me? Not at all. There's something I want to verify, though. Then I'll go by myself. I couldn't possibly expose you to danger. Don't worry. I'm doing this for my own sake, not for you and neither for her. Let's go, then. And them? Please wait outside until we're done. So, what should we do now? Drink this. What's that? It smells kind of strange. Don't you trust me? Of course. If you don't believe me, you won't be able to enter the spiritual world. Remember that. I told you I trust you. I do. It's so bitter. I'm losing consciousness. What's this? I wonder if we'll even be able to walk. Like, we might end up with no carry weight available. Indeed. Feels kinda complicated. A woman's heart is a complicated thing. I see. So then what should we do? It's obvious. We find Celine's true self. Where can we find it? I have no idea. Let's just walk around to start with. I am way over my weight limit, but fortunately the game doesn't care right now. I'm doing well, Jade Pharaoh. How are you doing? Oh, there's enemies. What's that? Magic cat. Can you hear it? These are Celine's past memories. There's so many pictures of me and Celine. It goes to show how much she cares about you. Hi, Dim Cookie. Celine. That's regular world. Just remember, if you die in the mind, you die in real life. What the? That's an enemy? Okay. What do I have equipped? Okay. Yeah, it definitely wouldn't make any sense. But that's gonna apply to most of the game from here on. Fear's a mind killer, so be sure not to die of fright. Great. Oh, great. I's got even less competition for EXP now. True, true. Is this like a cloud in a wheelchair moment? Zeno. Gias. Let me make sure that the Maniac memo doesn't say anything interesting about Celine's metaphysical realm. Nope. What on earth? I guess if you would find weird enemies anywhere, it would be this place. It makes sense, kind of. Oh, that sound will never really get old. Is this where daytime savings lives? Oh no! But I don't like daylight savings time. It may not be obvious just by looking, but the collisions in this place are extremely wonky. It can be really hard to tell where you can actually walk. I seem to remember when porting this map to RO, I was editing the GAT file by hand to fix the collisions. It's so bad. What? That's all you've made? Sorry. I don't care about your excuses. What are you going to do about it? Please, just wait. I'll bring you more. Don't come back until you have my money. What? Yanki. Please. Please be nicer to me. I know how you feel, Hyunki. Why are you so cold to me? What should I do? Don't make me laugh. You're the one that's in love with me. Why should I be nice to you? No. I'm only seeing you because there's money in it. Without that, I'd never go out with a girl like you. I kept saying all those awful things, but I still love him. Just so pitiful. Yeah, they were wrong. I remember correcting them. I don't know if it corrected them in the dialogue or not. Oh, don't worry, I was quoting the dialogue. As long as I can be by his side, then everything will be fine. But yeah, I remember correcting the names of those two characters, but... I mean, the names of the two Korean characters in the backstory. The voice acting is so good, I see. That woman looked just like Celine. What the hell? These ram heads, though. Also, that creepy little giggle gets me every time. Like, what the heck? That is so creepy. Denied. Oh, that's a lot of them. I'm gonna run. Jeez. That laugh used in those mass-produced YouTube videos. Ugh. Don't even remind me. Is it ever going to stop being satisfying when the enemies just friggin' explode? I guess there's nothing of value in this place. It's been a while, though. A long while. Appreciated, Lost Rune. What the heck? This map goes further than I would have... Okay. I'm blind now. Don't play Space Dynagon if you hate that laugh. True. Man, anybody else feel blind? That's... Celine? Celine! Hey, Celine. Celine, it's me, Sis. Celine. Celine. Sis. Why? Why are you running away from me? Perhaps these may be memories she doesn't want you to know. What kind of memory could that be? I don't know either. That woman's memories are quite complicated. Maybe... A lot of memories seem to have been sealed. Hello, Mauve. Damn it. But who could have sealed her memories? I don't know. Father, what is it? Let me introduce you to your twin sister. Eh? Come on, say hi. Sister? I had a sister? What's wrong? You were twins to begin with, didn't you know? Oh, I always had a twin sister. Don't overthink it. I am your father, and you were twins from the beginning. We're twins. It seems her memory is working correctly. I'm very sorry. I'll try to do it again. Oof. Frickin' Impenza Ramstein, man. It is so hard to navigate this place. Sister, what the... The pure blood of a virgin. That's awful. Why are you doing this? I cannot live eternally like you do yet. This is the only known way to achieve immortality. What are you saying? Immortality? Don't look so disgusted. After all, your body too was created from the blood of 1,000 innocents. My body. No. No! Poor Celine. It'll be okay, Ponch. Where are we? Where are you? What are you doing? Sis. Oh, thank you, Greenlow, for the gift sub for Patchy. Thank you! Enjoy your emotes, Patchy. Are you looking at the flowers? Your face is so red. Do you have a fever? Why do you look so stupefied? Are you sure you're alright? Sis. Yeah? What? If we give Celine her memory back, you won't care about me anymore. What the heck are you saying? I want the truth. I know that you would only date someone like me if you had no other choice. No, of course not. Why are you staying with me then? Why? So... I feel at ease with that when I'm with you, and it's useless. I can't put it in words. Hey, Sis, do you prefer me or Celine? I can't answer that so suddenly. You know, I just can't find the words right now. What the? This is so not like you. But I love you, Sis. A lot. I? Is it a problem to be loved by someone like me? No, not at all. It's just so sudden, and anyway, we have to deal with Celine's memory right now. Stop talking about her. It's because it's now or never. That's not the time for... I want to feel your warmth. So warm. Hands, Sis, it's so warm. It's so soft and warm, so that's a woman's warmth. Just like a mother. Well, mothers are women too, Riders, come on. Strange. I've never felt like this before, and... Sis, move away from her. Who's there? I? Hurry up. What is going on? There's 2 eyes. I told you to stay away. I won't let you take Sis' purity. Show your true form, monster. A monster? That's a dream succubus. A succubus? You found me out. I was so close. Shut up, you perverted monster. Oh my, why are you so angry? Could you be jealous? You... Might you be jealous? Uh-oh. What a waste of fire pillar, honestly. Oops. What the? Seriously? Disappear, you evil creature. What kind of boss fight was that? Did you maybe see all of that?
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world.
You what? Well then... Nothing. Disgusting. You saw it then. That sensation. No. Aye, wait for me. That flower. That's a strange flower. What about it? You're taking it with you? Can we really take it? It's something from her spiritual world, after all. It's fine. I just hope I'll still have it when I get out. You mean to say I is the single most broken character in the entire game? No, surely not. Celine, it's me. Hey, Celine. Say something, Celine. That's... Damn it, someone must have put her inside. I'll get you out of there. What? What? Ah! Ugh. What is that? It's a mind wall. A mind wall? Look at her. She's sealed inside. It also prevents anyone from reaching her. Why? Why is Celine imprisoned inside? Well, there are many possible reasons why. There must be a way. A way? A way to destroy that wall, there must be. You must know. I don't know. Why don't you know? You know, I do not know everything. Damn it! Why couldn't you know this one thing? This is a barrier that Celine has built herself. If you're not very careful, you... Ah, Celine! You might die. Celine, it's me, Sis. Remember me, please. Celine! Celine... Celine... Oh. Celine... That voice... Celine... That voice... Liz... Thanks, Sis. Thanks to you, the wall around my heart has been broken. Celine. You really were Celine. Sis, you've changed a lot. Celine. Don't forget your promise. Not all of her memories have come back. Only those you have in common. For the rest, we have to find the person that sealed them. Are there memories I'm still missing? Probably. They seem to be linked to Impensa somehow. Father, during the time I lost my memories, I had dreams. Dreams that were fractions of memories. Can you remember those dreams? No, not clearly. They were very choppy. I needed more bandwidth on my ISP in my brain. Sorry. I just remember some fragments. I see. You must be tired now. Let's rest a little. We'll think about the future tomorrow. I can't sleep now. I Can't you stay with me a bit longer, sis? We'll see about that when everything is over. Now it's just, you know? Very well. What do you mean, Roto? Oh, you laughed pretty hard. Yes, I'm coming. There was a text box, but it lasted less than a second. Come on, guys. Long time no see, Miss Aline. Everybody's gone to Constellarium. We were asked to go back there yesterday evening. Come with me now. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, because I picked up that flower. Lean, I'd love to give you a better item, but at the moment there's no storage boxes. We can't even buy anything. There's great stuff here, but we can't buy it because we can't hold it. Yeah, I seem to remember having this kind of experience too. Have a good lurk, Sasha. Always nice to see you drop by. Oh no, Kreutzer is slow. Nice shot.
Too speed, fast and way too fast.
Okay, let's see. Already has combat boots on. Is there anything else I can do for Kreutzer? No, not really. Could you imagine if somebody entered the stream right now and saw me walking this slow? What in the... Okay, I'm not fighting all that. Look, lady, I'm flattered, but no. You know what's weird is I could swear that there is actually a storage box in the desert somewhere, but I may just be misremembering. Right away, sir! Oh no, she missed. Celine's arrow just curved in midair. That's how you know that she is an amazing archer. Look at this. It just curves over the sand, dude. It keeps going. Just trying to audition for Hawkeye. Well, she's doing a good job of it. So, you guys enjoying this, lively jaunt? That's too many enemies. Celine is kind of underpowered right now. What do I mean, kinda? She's... level 56? Huh. Royster's the lowest level. Ah, these are fine. I can fight these. That wasn't bad damage, all considered. Stopped by the camera. Why is this music still playing? There's a normal Constellarium song. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Yes, you, Your Majesty. So, you'll become the Emperor. No, they're calling me that of their own accord. Your Majesty, we're glad to tell you that we have great news. You're glad? Let me inform you. What does he mean? Bring her here. Understood. Yes, Dine is now dead. What? The lightning blitz killed him, then brought his corpse here and surrendered. The lightning blitz. Your Majesty, would you like to have a look at the body? I ask for your forgiveness. Dine's face has been severely crushed. I cannot confirm it's truly him. Yes, Lostern, it is. Indeed. He was carrying the royal seal. It could only be him. It's also the only time you can go to Elend Castle. Dying is dead. Now that the villain is dead, we can all rejoice. No, that's not true. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Are you saying that this isn't Dine's body? Something must have made Dine and I enemies, then killed him. Sorry, what? Greed is the true enemy. It's torn so many things from you. When I first met Dine, he was a quiet person with a gentle personality. Had he been on the throne instead of me, he would have been a most excellent emperor. And had we worked together, I could have brought the country peace and prosperity. Is there something wrong, Your Majesty? What had led him astray were the conflicts between Westwood and Eastfort, and in Penza. In the end, he was swayed around, lost sight of himself, and eventually lost his own life. What I must do now is make Penza atone for his sins. Dine, I will avenge you, or die trying. Emperor, don't call me Emperor! You have no right to complain. If you really want an Emperor, why don't you try being one yourself? But, Your Majesty, don't ever call me Emperor again. I'll smack you if you do. Are you sure, Mr. Tenzi? What is it? You ought to take the throne. Do you really care about these trifling matters? The Empire would fall down without you. There are many noble families. Why don't you let one of them become Emperor? Impossible. We need a pure and noble person like you right now. Only you can stop the chaos devouring our land, Mr. Tenzi. Please take the throne. Be quiet, Kreutzer. This is beyond your understanding. Understanding? I thought you wanted to destroy the Empire and create a republic. Why do you want me to go on the throne, then? That's... So your beliefs are fickle enough that they change depending on how the wind is blowing? You opportunist. An opportunist isn't a coward that cannot choose a camp. Am I really that bad a man? I didn't realize. What the? Did Kreutzer's head just spin entirely? Like, it didn't go backwards, but... That was some sort of owl stuff right there. Wait a second. This must be a mistake. This is wrong. That's it. I have to clear up the misunderstanding right away. You misunderstood me. What I meant to say was... What an opportunist. There, can you agree to that? He tries to look big, but he's really pitiful. I thought you were a better guy than Eluard. Making excuses? How shameful. Kreutzer, you've changed a lot. Even you, Miss Celine. Idiot. Anyway, there are more important things at stake than my beliefs right now. Please lead us until you've defeated evil, Mr. Tenzi. Really? Please. I can't become Emperor, but at least I can be a temporary leader. That's very fine. Leader, do you expect to give us orders or anything? Don't decide that on your own. I won't let anybody give me orders. Don't say that. We're finally reaching an agreement. Please, everyone. For Kreutzer, at least. Can't be helped now. Should we give him a chance to save face? That's enough, Mr. Tenzi. We didn't ask for that kind of humiliation. Anyway, we have to get ready to depart soon. But where are they? Tenza and the remaining Star Kings? Yes, indeed. He could only have run to away to Philadelphia. We don't know about Impenza, but the Lightning Blitz might tell us more about the Star Kings. Indeed. What about her? Didn't he bring her here? Please wait a moment. Very well. Is it alright? There she is. This is Sia Headmark, the Lightning Blitz. Can you please let me go now? Lightning Blitz, there is something I must ask you. Do you know where the remaining 5-Star Kings are? Could you please tell me? They must have gathered in Philadelphia. I know that already. Very well. Let's go to Philadelphia then. Lightning Blitz, you're coming with us. Why do I have to come with you? So that you may find them. I've heard that Philadelphia is a large place. What do you mean? You lived there, Tenzi? I would like you to guide me. Why would I help you?
It's a big maze.
I refuse. Help us. We need your strength to protect our world. Once all is over, you can go do whatever you want. Then, until we found him. Excuse me. Then, let us go. Hallelujah, I can walk. Says in the rare holographic see-through says, yeah. It's a double super rare. Now you too can lose your divinity by playing the Arcturus trading card game. The only card game that's cursed. Tell me they have an item box in Laodicea. They probably don't, though. Where's the inn? So, this inn doesn't have an item box. I mean, yeah, it's obviously supposed to be ice. Considering that there's an ice cellar right there. Man, I can't even shop because I don't have anywhere to... I don't... My items. I have too many items. Am I carrying a wooden sword right now? It's the wrong place to look. I am only carrying a wooden staff. Is there an item box in Laodicea? There isn't, is there? Man, I need an item box so bad. There's one in your heart. There's one. Ah. Still entirely too much weight. It's worth a try. I'm probably carrying a bunch of throwing items I'm never going to use. Looks can get heavy fast, you're not wrong. I have 2 wooden swords. Ew. Man, most of what I'm carrying is worth carrying. Smoked salmon. People that like flowers cannot be bad people. Hmm. hardest part about this village is the 2 treasure chests, because they are linked to the same flag, so you can only take one of them. Oh, baby. Those are way too expensive, though. Wait, what am... Dang.
Too speed, fast and way too fast.
And these items are really good, but they're so expensive. Look at that. That's insane. It's okay, me. That's valid. That's valid. It's completely valid. I shouldn't put those on ice, should I? She'll become ridiculously fast. Still not as good as socks. Well... You hope the ultimate equipment is just Crocs. Whenever I see this sprite, I'm like, hey, female Eluard. You simpleton. It has more than one in, but one of them's locked. Like, there's a treasure chest near the weapon shop, and if you take the Bacchus in this, you won't be able to open the one that's near the weapon shop. But the one near the weapon shop is just a Molotov. So, like, it's better to just take the Bacchus. You only bought candy for yourself. P.O., why did you only buy candy for yourself? Oh, it's the book about Elend Castle. I guess it's probably supposed to be a hint. Hi, Watchful Wolf. How's it going? I want to become the best fencer in the world, but I have no sword. Hey, if you have some kind of practice sword, give it to me, alright? I'll give you Grandpa's treasure in exchange. If only I had a wooden sword. Soon I will become the world's best fencer. What the... Kid. Kid, if you had a weapon like this, why did you want a wooden sword? I mean, I guess you want to be a fencer, but... I still think it's funny that this game has a song called White Day and a song called called Still Empire. That reminds me, by the way, I edited the game to unlock all of the menu skins, including the ones that weren't used anymore. So, I've got all the limited edition skins here, as well as ones that were dummied out. Including ones from, past games. Here's the gravity menu skin. Gee, I doubt anybody knows this game. It's too obscure. Here's the White Day menu skin. A labyrinth named school. White Day, a tragedy in Ghost School at 13th Night March. And then there's this mess. And this. I assume those are supposed to be dev team members or something. And then here we are getting into the unused themes, or the ones that were dummied out. I really like this one. It's a very electric purple. The Vox theme. So here we are playing Ragnarok online. Well, that's certainly an item that somebody could, in theory, use. Man, Tenzi is slow. Should probably have better armor on him or something. But man, look, that's a good item, if not for the fact that it's got such bad speed on it. What the? You serious? Oh, the items here suck. Oh well, these things happen. And Laodicea Village was more jank than I remembered. It wasn't the worst thing ever, but yeah, they clearly meant to do more with that and then didn't. From the days when I was working on the maps in Ragnarok Online and everything, I seem to remember Laodicea having more to it. Yeah, you know, loud. Hit me! Etc. They just kind of sealed the whole place, huh? For there being a chest hidden in the trees. Something really weird. Ah. Check out that speed disparity. Look how fast I walks. You think that's excessive? It's like a little gremlin. She just does zoomies. Ah. Oh, there's the chest I was thinking of, actually. See, we can kind of just tear apart enemies now on virtue of having too many turns. I wish I could give those items to everyone, but we don't really have that kind of money. Not very useful. Ah. Oh, it's just these things. This is just getting excessive. Like the way I is just zooming around the whole map. I didn't remember Elland Castle using this song. This is perhaps the most obscure location in the entire game. I imagine that they had bigger plans for it, but instead they connected it to Laodicea, which is already obscure. Magical barrier, it blocks everything. Okay, I gotta get rid of everyone except Susanai, I guess. Which makes it even more obscure. The funny thing is, it shows me as traveling to Constellarium, but obviously I'm not. Like, there's just so many question marks with this area. But that's how it goes. Well, that's good to know, but... Yeah, I remember that unused floor of Volcansars. There's a lot of oddities when it comes to the map files. There's a lot of unused rooms and unused maps. The reason I know that is because I messed around with the maps so much when I was porting them to Ragnarok Online. And it was always an adventure when I would find a duplicate of a map that is slightly different and not used, or other things like that. There's a lot of weird things about it. I did make sure that the Ragnarok Online server is still working, like the program, so I can show you guys all that stuff at some point. There's a castle in such a remote place, there doesn't seem to be anyone living around here. It at least doesn't have the same aesthetic as Falcon's. Yeah, that's the plan, Mirai. That's the plan. Don't you love how badly water textures mess everything up? Silly. "2006, man. That feels like somebody just made up some numbers. Like, it doesn't really feel like 2006 is so long ago, even though it is. So here we are in this completely obscure dungeon. If I'm not mistaken, some of the maps are actually reused from Elhive Castle. Well, some of the rooms. It's like 2006. You made that up. This year is 2003, right? Like, I know that this map is technically just part of Elhive, not Walkensward, although it does use part of Walkensward as well. It's just a mess. Although, you know, I think it's kind of cool of them to allow access to something that they didn't finish regardless, in so much as back then we never would have been able to find it if we didn't know we were looking for it. And so many games just leave things on the cutting room floor and never reveal it in any way to anyone. I'm somebody who really finds an interest in unused content and prototype stuff. Always have been since I grew up crawling the Simon Y Sonic 2 forums. I'm lost. I don't know my way around this place. Oh. Thank you for the subscription, Firehawk. Boing. How are you doing? And that's a huge fountain. And it's funny because it's just the fountain model that's in other parts of the game, except it's badly upscaled. Like, it's just scaled. So you can see the... Really? It won't let me read the diary? It's here. The ghost that lives in this castle. Do not go down. Do not torment him. Hey, wait. What are you talking about? Do not torment him anymore. I could not protect him again. Him. The last Lord of Elend, if I remember what I saw in the history books, could it be Alexander the Third? Are you his lover, Eva? Yes, I am Eva. I cannot believe our story was recorded in history books. It means that so much time has passed already. Please leave this castle. He does not wish anybody to come here. Why are you so hesitant? What could happen even if we went in? Please leave us alone. We've had enough. Doubts, tricks, betrayals, wars. Alec and me were wounded countless times by selfish people. There's no need for talk anymore. Let's go back. Let's see, do I have a map of Elend? Elend Castle. Looks like there's actually quite a bit of stuff here. Like, I just wanted to verify that this place was worth exploring at all. Oh, come on. Okay. So be it. Oops. What a mess. That thing got overkilled. Sometimes I do wish that an actual overkill mechanic existed. Okay, this is awkward. I seem to remember this also being one of the places where, in some version of the game, the restore function on the save point doesn't actually restore you. Which, you know, primo programming right there. Did I just go backwards? Yeah, I'm just confused. The whole place is confusing. There's a chest. And yeah, extremely. Great. Great. Yeah, there's just a couple places like that in the game, but the fact that there's even one is kind of awkward, right? And there's a couple places where the save point works fine, but when you recover, it doesn't play the recover sound. They didn't use common code for this stuff. They just copied and pasted the script as best they could, I guess. So you get situations where stuff doesn't work quite right. There's a save point up here, right? Yeah. So does anybody feel like this map actually looks finished? Finish? No, finished. Completed. RO stuff looks way better than this. It just does. It is dangerous to remain here. It is dangerous to remain here. I wish I wasn't over encumbered. Die! That enemy is now totally beyond dead. Which, you know, is like artificial death for vegans. Since they are immortal and cannot die. It is dangerous to remain here. I'm not saying that one out loud. The encumbrance system, I swear. You're always encumbered? Hello, Word. It's good to see you. It's always good to see an old friend. Walking at the speed of smell. Walking around at the speed of smell. Got places to go. Will we get there? I don't know. Most food. There are food items that actually weigh something. Even one that weighs like 3. Yeah, this is Arcturus, the Curse and Loss of Divinity. It's a game by Sonnori and Gravity, and in many ways is the predecessor to Ragnarok Online, including being related to Ragnarok Online in terms of engine. And the fact that 2 of the main characters appear as shopkeepers in Islut in Ragnarok Online. And yeah, like there are cooked meals that weigh more. For some reason. Yeah, I would be walking a lot faster if not for the fact that I'm over encumbered. I've got too much crap. Yeah, adding the fire adds weight. That's how it works. I feel like I'm going backwards. It's really easy to get lost in this place when you can't walk very fast. I just want to get out of this place. Indeed, Doom Cookie, indeed. Yeah, I used that strategy a lot in Fallout. Exactly, exactly. The problem with this particular map is that all of the rooms look the same. At least practically. Yep, I definitely went backward. Thank you for the hydration reminder. This game needs a dash button. Man, come to think of it, RO did have a system like that at some point, didn't it? I guess they just inherited that from Arcturus. Makes sense. Ah. I don't think it happens in RO anymore, but I seem to remember it being a thing at some point. RO does have a weight system, and it's pretty messy. Stops regeneration? Yeah, I don't remember details like that anymore, and all I know is I'm pretty sure it actually did affect movement speed at one point in time. If it doesn't. Definitely not quite like that word. Yeah, what Mireille said I think is right. So you're both half right. Well, Mireille's completely right, I think. But yeah, renewal messed with so much stuff. I don't know anything about the post-renewal Ragnarok Online world, to be honest. Because that's about the time that I shut down my server and stopped playing. Ah, the long bridge again. Man, even looking at the map, I don't really know where I'm going. I think I can find my way out of here. I'm just gonna stare at the map. I don't like using maps, but sometimes you gotta. Oh, there's an item here? Huh. It is dangerous to remain here. It is dangerous to remain here. I mean, yeah, Constellarium. Yeah. Yeah. Can't wait to get back to Constellarium, though. So I can get my party back and so I can actually move again. Did I open that chest earlier? Oh gosh, there's a bunch of them. You two know each other, huh? Neat. Yeah, Word's an old friend of mine. I think I know where I'm going, but I better check the last room. What the? Okay. The laws of gravity no longer apply. What's a physics? Fry is cat-natoing dangerously close to your leg? Well, Roto, be careful not to scream too loud, otherwise it might get caught on the mic. I opened this one, right? There's only one place I can think of to check now. Thank you for the follow word. Yeah, following is kind of important. It really helps the streamers with regards to numbers and everything. Trying to imagine a Breath of the Wild dungeon when you're encumbered like this? Oh no, don't. Guess not. Don't worry, guys. We'll be out of this place soon. I just need to make sure that I got everything so that we never have to worry about this place again. It is dangerous to remain here. A witch dress? That sounds like it might be good for Eye. Stone earring. Witch's ring. Sis can use the witch dress and it's better than the gravity jacket. It is better than the gravity jacket in every way. Quick, make like we're running from the Mirkwood elves. Okay, there's a chest over there. And that'll be the last chest we have to check, and then we can get out of there. Oh god, a blood slime skeleton. Now that is a combination of words. Like, there are really good items here. I'm glad I came here, especially considering that it's so secret that probably most people who played through this game never actually found this place. But... have you seen how thick my marrow is? Oh man, that looks like a great sword. Is that even a sword? No, it looks like a scythe. Yeah, it's a mace. Weird. Looks like a great item anyway. And I mean viscosity. Is it a great sword or just an okay sword? Kind of funny that the time word is here is the time Xanathus isn't. Is that a sword in your chest, or are you just happy to see me? Yeah, Xanathus is one of my most dedicated regulars. He's been subscribed to me since basically the beginning. And I'm always really happy to see him. I'm going the wrong way, I think. I've already forgotten my way around this map again. Tisk tisk. No, 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 this is the right way. This is the way. Okay, so from here, I just have to go south. And I can finally get out of this place. And soon we will be under-encumbered again. I just have to get through the field map. On a scale of 0 to 10, how is your sense of direction? My sense of direction is roughly Ryoga Hibiki. Exactly, negative. You tell me that we're gonna have a fight in our backyard, and I try to find our backyard, and I end up getting upset that you didn't come to the fight when I was actually in a Korean restaurant in China. Was talking about Ranma 1/2. I'm just kind of looking through these items and I'm like, oh man, this is all trash. Aside from the stuff that we already equipped. Okay, I guess we actually go to Philadelphia now. And do I really want Kreutzer? No, I want Eluard. Wait, did you see that place on the map with the snowman? That's Philadelphia. Just like in real life. That's one down. Have I been streaming 2 hours? Okay. Understandable, Lostrian. How long will I be going to know? What the heck? Now that's a janky animation. I get the impression that it's a victim of the great file renaming, and that the file in the Korean version was probably fine, but I haven't actually tried to look into that. Because, you know, in the original Korean version, all of the sound files and everything have Korean file names, so... I feel like the sound is probably in there somewhere. And that the bug is probably specific to Falcom's version and possibly Romancer package as well, since it's so closely related to the Falcom version. Man, do I even really need anyone besides Sizz and I? I'm really gonna regret saying that when I get to the last dungeon, though. You keep expecting to see it pouring? Understandable. Nice double hit. What the? Oh great, it's these bozos. Oh, they're all the ones with higher health right now. Rather than the ones with low health that appear a lot in Constellarium. Yeah, except they look identical. So it's not really a palette swap. Grapefruit. Not quite the same RPG. Like, yes, but also no. That is unfortunate, Lostrin. Anyway, all the doors are locked. It's just a bunch of ridiculously fast... What the... That door is not the right size! Okay. Cheers. Thanks for the hydration reminder, Mirai. What the... Did that arrow hit the unintended target in midair? Oops. Well, that was satisfying. Why did I randomly switch to keyboard? Six of them, no thank you. I'm already full. Okay, that doesn't help me. I'm so full from swords, yum! I can't get over that door! I mean, I can because it's so small, but... Look at that! The amount of soldiers in this town is too damn high. Deal tastes erotic. Okay. Oh great, we're stuck. Is this on Steam? No. No. There is no official English version available, no official version that runs on modern computers easily. Unfortunately. I wish it was on Steam. I had wanted Xseed to license the game and bring it over officially somehow, but I doubt that anybody would even be able to figure out who the rights belong to, let alone get a hold of the source code. So I just kind of gave up on that idea. Oh, she exploded. That's a thing that happened. Samsung, what makes you think so? Legit question. No, gung ho. And the thing is, this game wasn't made just by Gravity, but also Sonnori. And they went defunct much sooner. So that makes it a little more unclear. Sonnori still exists in so much as a company bearing that name reformed in order to remake White Day. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's Sonnori or that they have the rights to other Sonnori products. It's a big question mark. Either way, I highly doubt that the source code to Arcturus still exists. Which would be important if, you know, it were to be brought over or something.
It's a big
like that.
maze.
It is an above-sized labyrinth. It's on a floppy somewhere? I'm not sure you understand how, disk space works. I kid, of course you know, but it's a funny reply. Why does this just reuse Walkensward maps? Who am I kidding? It's laziness. Well, Word, the big problem with this is this game really doesn't work well on modern systems. You would have to give it a serious technical pass in order to make it at all reasonable. Winged boots. I seem to remember those being really good. Oh, sweet hell. So here we are in Castle Walkensward, except it doesn't have Castle Walkensward's music. But for some reason it's just straight up a use of the basement map. Oh hey, it's that time again. Thank you for the resub, Stephanie. How are you? Ugh, what a bad position. How am I? I'm well. I'm doing okay. We're just here in a dungeon. modestly lost. What the? Oh great, I is stuck in the wall. Oof. Yeah, I don't think there's any reasonable way that somebody could simply... If you had to remake the source code, like if you didn't just have the source code, you would want to remake the game. Recreating it in this form would not exactly be ideal. I am hopelessly lost. It is a Windows PC game. But like older Windows, like Windows 98 XP. Yeah, believe me, I just wish it were possible to get like the code to this game or something at all. To be able to do localization and have it run on modern systems. Like that would be the extent of what I think could ever be hoped for, but in a perfect world, Arcturus got a complete remake with all the unused content and all the jank ironed out. In a perfect world, but not this one. Because you know, I love this game. Am I going the wrong way? I don't think I am. It's basically impossible to fight in these catacombs because someone will get stuck in the wall. Like, it's just gonna happen. You can't help it. I'm just running from the battles because it's not worth trying to fight them. But it sucks because I could use the EXP. C'est la vie. I think I'm going backwards. I am severely lost in this forsaken place. And yes, it is the game with the level 99 glitch, and it was not a joke. That is an actual thing. So the game has an EXP table to tell it how much EXP is needed for each level. This is all fine and dandy. The problem comes with the fact that this table only goes up to level 99, but the game is not properly coded to check if you've gone past that. So if you reach level 99, it checks to see what the EXP is for level 100. And there is no EXP defined for level 100. So it results in a message box crashing, a message box popping up, and the game crashes. And if I remember correctly, the message box says something really dumb, like, "Oh my god!" Either way, it crashes. You'd think that it would be an easy fix, but the thing is, if you put an extra value in the table, it just gets more confusing. It's if you reach 99 and get EXP, or if you are 99 and you check the menu. Because it doesn't know the 2 next level for level 100, because there isn't one. Reasonable? No. Possible? Sort of. I encountered this in normal play. But I spent a really long time in the last dungeon. Far longer than I needed to. All the others are dead ends. That's the only way in. How can we get down? It's quite high. How high do you mean? Come over here and have a look. I don't have rope with me. Did they really go down here? There might be some hidden stairway. Yes, indeed.
I think you're the fake hedgehog around here.
Let's look around in small groups. We will have a better chance. What? Be careful. There's some kind of noise. What happened? A trap. What can I do? I can't move. I don't see anything. Let's try some magic. I have a bad feeling about this. I don't want to touch it. Is this the time to say that? I don't like your tone. What, Sis? I didn't say anything. Silence! Calm down.
He was a good man. What a rotten way to die.
What the? Oh no, everyone fell in the hole! Long time no see, a headmark. How are you all doing? I'm really disappointed with you. Not only did you betray the Emperor, you even ended up killing him.
Oh my god, JC, a
Die,
bomb!
monster! You don't belong in this world.
Guys! You misunderstand me, Golden Lion. Please, let me explain myself. You
You'd
fox,
be
I don't
cranky
care
too
about your excuses.
If you had a spring for a neck.
I always thought you'd end up betraying us. You're the only one I don't want to hear that from, Bat King. Say what? I never would
I
have thought
am
that
the
possible.
ringmaster.
Guys! I'm trying to read dialogue here,
It's no
guys.
use!
That one of us Star Kings would take His Majesty's life. Was the blood pact we made vowing to protect the Emperor just to lie to you? Absolutely not.
Pure skill!
The truth is, I told you I don't care about your life story. will repay the favor you did with the Emperor by killing you. Please calm down. I'll
This is
explain
like
everything.
taking candy from a baby, which is fine by me.
I'm better!
Shining Cutter. No, Winterschrog. I'm sure you can understand. Please let me finish. Please let me... Sorry. Die.
It's
Rest in
popcorn
pieces.
time!
Yes, Your Majesty.
Is that what chaos control is?
A bomb.
Too speed, fast and way too fast.
Kaboom!
Chaos Control is a bomb?
You'd be cranky too if you had a spring for a neck.
Oh, that's a lot of enemies.
What a shame.
I have no idea why that didn't show up in my overlay. Okay, that fight sucks. We're not doing that fight. 'Cause it sucks. Pumpkin seeds? Really? That's all you got for me? Pumpkin seeds? Man, this whole section is just a major reuse of other maps in the game, kind of. At least that's the impression I'm getting from it. That's my takeaway. Order shield? Okay, yeah. Understandable, Crest. And yeah, basically we ran out of assets dungeon. But then again, the 2 dungeons in the final chapter are incredibly large, so... and unique. A wise sage has come to your neck of the woods. He will answer any question you ask accurately and truthfully, but will only answer a single question you have. What would you ask? I guess I would ask him where the genie in the magic lamp is. I mean, if I need any more questions answered, I can just ask the genie. After I find the lamp. White maze. White. Saint's axe. Yep, that's a pretty good axe. What about the mace? Nobody's really gonna use a mace. Eh. Being mummified is always the strangest status because it doesn't really do much of anything aside from preventing you from dying. Yeah, that's Arcturus for you. There should be a healing point. Too many enemies. Entirely too many enemies. We've kind of hit the point in the game where fighting enemies just doesn't feel particularly rewarding anymore. Yeah, I seem to remember that I stopped really fighting enemies at this point before as well. I kinda regretted it in the last dungeon, though. And it's not honestly that bad because Sis and I can just take care of everything, but, you know. Well, me, I'm glad you're free from work. You'd like to think of it like an 18-hour break. Hmm. Oh. Are you... Shagra Markland? Oh, you're still alive, Carl. That's my line. I cannot believe you appear in front of me like this yet again. Nicely done. I'll solve your problems for you. Your life ends here. Vintersorg, Daniel, this will be the greatest deed of the 5-star kings. We will destroy Carl and his majesty will reward us. Take that. Oh boy. Okay. Oh god, he used Flame Dragon. It ends already. My Emperor. Vazerald. It missed? No! Vazerald missed. So this is where it ends. My Emperor, I will wait for you in the afterworld. Afterworld? That's an interesting... Oh my god, Box! Hello, everyone! Hello, Box. Thank you for the resub, Adam. Hi, Heartless Healer. Hi, Fox. Ponch, you were already here! Hello, available username. All these Kingston Wigglies, I love them. I love them. Hey, Vox has shown up to my streams recently. Damn it, how dare you? How dare you do that? Come on, guy, you were trying to kill me. What? How dare me? A gilded bronze sword and a hot clare. Dash ring. Okay. Let's go back to the save point. As soon as I get Tenzi back out of my party. Much better. So, how's everyone doing today? I am Sarlene, the magical cat
You know
girl.
what they say, the more the merrier.
Agreed. I am a retro streamer. Mostly. Oh no, people were down, so rearranging the party was pointless. Oops. Gotcha went well? That's good, that's good. The new update for Saga is interesting. Anyway, thank you. I hope you enjoy your food. You deserve some good food. Is this the right layout? Good enough. A bunch of exactly same assets as RO. Yeah, I mean, it was made by Gravity and Sonnori, and RO ended up basically being a sequel to this in a way. A lot of ways, actually. It even used the same engine. Like, I implemented a ton of these maps in Ragnarok Online on my private server back then. And yeah, they worked perfectly after a little conversion. What the? Another save? Sure. Of course I'll save. What the? We should be able to get through here. That's a wall. That's just a wall. It must be the secret exit. Okay, sure. The law of physics. It's only a wall if you think it is. And Penza wasn't here. What do we do now? Maybe Prisorona has found new information while we were underground. Then let's go back to... Sir Eloward. Yes? The Poison King is in town. He's holding a woman hostage. The Poison King? The last remaining Star King, Nagash Arseth, the Poison King. Where is he? Tell me. This way. Let's go. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Get down. Carrot? No way. The hostage is Carrot. At last, everyone is present. You bastard. Oh, do you want the hostage dead or alive? Ugh. Don't move if you can see the hostage. If you do, something might happen to her. Carrot. Peach. It's been a long time since our last family meeting. How can you take your own estranged daughter as hostage? Aren't you ashamed as a human, as a father? I don't care. Do what I want or she won't make it, though. What a bastard. How can you do that in front of her? Shut up. It's my daughter and I'll do what I want with her. Listen up. I've made Carrot drink some San Setsugobu. No. San Setsugobu? Yes, Peach. I'm sure you know quite well how awful that poison is. Quick, give me the antidote. Is that what you want? The antidote? You dirty bastard, give it to me. Oh my, what dirty language in my girl's mouth. Papa is sad. You should be more polite when you make requests. So you want to kill me, your father? I won't give the antidote to bad kids such as you. Then we'll take it from you. Stop that crap or I'll kill her. Get closer once more and I'll destroy the antidote. And let me tell you, it's the only one I have. Without it, she's as good as dead. Understood? Sure. Poison King, what do you want? Let's have a talk then. The Emperor is dead. The other Star Kings too. I'm the only one the Empress can rely on. I have a pretty good chance of becoming the next Emperor. There's just one problem. A direct descendant of the Emperor is still alive. I don't care about the throne. I don't care about what you think and want. After all, you already became Emperor against your will once. Without you, I'm certain to become the Emperor. What do you want from me? There's only one thing I want. I will exchange Carrot's life for your own. If you take your life in front of me, I will leave the antidote here and go. What do you say? No way. Carrot. I don't know much about that poison either. I only know the longer you wait, the worse the pain becomes. Isn't Carrot your daughter? How could you do that? You're too noisy. Make a decision already. Very well. I will die here and now. Hey, Tenzi. What are you thinking? Don't be so quick to decide. Shut up and look, all of you. This is my responsibility. I'm counting on you to keep your promise, Poison King. I will, of course. Tenzi, you can't die. Why did you do that? Do you know what this means for you? Damn it, then I have no choice but to kill you all myself. Despite all the terrible things you've done to me, I still considered you my father. But I can't forgive you for what you've done to Carrot. From now on, I'm no longer your daughter. I'll start by shutting that flapping mouth of yours. Oh boy, here we go. Another boss fight. And I'm pretty sure I will do all of the work again. Oh, right, that injury sound. Good lord. That sound. Nerf eye. I mean, I guess if you were going to nerf anyone, it would have to be her. Man, stop screaming. Yeah, Machine Head is a good song. I just wish the boss would stop screaming. So Winter, I hear you've been really enjoying Toho Alive. So this is how...
It's no use!
This is how my life ends. I'm gonna be streaming Toho Alive soon. Carrot, hang in there. It's too late for me. What are you saying, you idiot? Peach, there's just one thing I want. Yes? What are you trying to say? Give me paradise grass. No, that's just impossible. Please. Do as Carrot asked, quick. Give her paradise grass. Shut up, you don't know what that is. Paradise grass is a drug that prevents all pain, but is so strong that it ends up killing you. Carrot, don't give up. Stay with me. If I have to die, I don't want to suffer. The only thing I can do as your sister is to kill you. Drink it up. That's paradise grass juice. Thank you, Peach. I feel much better. Why are you making that face? Peach, don't cry. Tenzi. What is it, Carrot? You promised to make my sister happy. I'm counting on you. Carrot, don't die. Carrot. Peach. Be happy. Carrot. Carrot. Are you still thinking about Carrot? What? Can't I think about anything but you? Sorry, I couldn't protect her. I thought I could protect her, but I still let her die. I'm all alone now. First my mother, even though I thought she would never leave. And now my Carrot, too. Everybody's dead, even that damned Poison King. What do I do now? I don't know anymore. I'm here for you. Are you trying to swindle me again, you old pervert? I won't let you. I'm not in the mood and I won't fall for that again. One day you'll be emperor and then you'll forget everything about me. I don't intend to become emperor. Long ago already you didn't want to become emperor and you did anyway. Carrot knew everything all along. She knew everything, but still. Why didn't she tell me anything? Why did we have to endure this? Was it our fate? I didn't know anything about what happened, so I was jealous about you two. I knew that she couldn't see, that she was hurt, but I still couldn't forgive her. I ended up hating her again. She was always poking her nose in others' affairs, especially mine. It's like when we were young. At that time, I was told to go sell drugs by the Poison King, but I couldn't. He got angry and locked me outside of the house. My stomach was grumbling, but I still tried to sleep in that storeroom. I was getting drowsy when I heard noises from outside. I thought he came to hit me, so I hid further inside, but it wasn't him. It was Carrot. She was worried about me and went through the village looking for me. She was sweating buckets. And she found me. She offered me a rice ball. But at the time, I still hated her for being his favorite. When I saw the rice in her hand, I turned red in anger and threw it on the ground next to her. Get away from me. I don't need your sympathy. She cried and picked up the rice ball, muttering something. I'm sorry, sis. When I saw her tears falling on the dirty rice ball, I felt a deep pain in my heart. Then the storeroom's door opened and he came inside. Before he opened his mouth, she was standing in front of me shouting, "She hasn't done anything. I did it all myself." He said, "Then you can stay here with her there," then left. I felt bad because he was angry at her, and it was my fault. To my shame, I just lied down and closed my eyes. Then when I opened them again, I saw that she had covered my body with her coat. She was worried because I ran away in my underwear. Next to me was a cold and shivering Carrot, of course, since she had given me her coat. She was talking in her sleep, saying, "Sorry, sis," over and over. I felt like something was hitting me in the head each and every time. Yeah, she wasn't a bad girl. I just couldn't forgive her for being his favorite. Since I'm not his real daughter, he kept picking on me. He was always making me do terrible things and I couldn't do them. Because of that, he was always angry at me. At this time, I was frequently angry at her, but she kept smiling and laughing. Every time I remember her smile, I break down in tears now. My hate for her disappeared like snow melting in the sun, and then I understood. She was my little sister. As I was lying next to her, I hugged her tightly. Then she woke up and said, "Sis, you're not sleeping?" I told her I was sorry, then I started crying. As I was hugging her, I told her, "That way we won't be cold, we can sleep together and be warm." "Thank you, sis." And as I felt her breath on my skin and saw her sleeping, I promised myself this, that I would always protect her. And still, despite all that, in the end I couldn't protect her, I couldn't do anything. Peach. Carrot was always worried about you. I already told you, Carrot was heavily wounded in Nebuchadnezzar. I'm still surprised we didn't die then. She kept herself alive just so that she could see you one last time. She kept telling me that I cannot die before I meet my sister again and thank her. Thanks to her energy, I got better quickly after. But Carrot became skinnier and frailer as the days went by. One day, she told me this in a weak voice. Tenzi, do you like my sister? She looks very stern, yes, but she's actually a very gentle person. So promise me, make her happy. She has already been suffering for all her life. I wish for once she could have some happiness. I've been causing her so much trouble all these years. I wish I could do something for her just once. I know that I would be a burden to my sister in this state, but I wish I could see her one last time before I leave this world. If I can't see her, then please tell her this in my stead. Thank you. Please be happy. Stop blaming yourself. That's not what Carrot would have wanted. Cry with all your heart. You do not need to carry all this sadness alone. I will protect you and be your strength now. Peach. Carrot. Oh, Snow? Say, Lord Eluard. Why? Do you still hate me? Lord Eluard. I can't forgive. Eluard. I would do anything for you, you know. Before, I could have done anything for money, but not anymore. Would you accept my feelings? Mia, it's getting late. I went through a lot of pain because of me, Lord Eluard. I don't believe you could ever love me. Being within your shadow forever, it's fine. I'm fine with it. You can't even look at my face. I'll be going back to the inn. Maria. I'm an awful human being. It's not you that I can't forgive, it's myself. I can't believe all you did for me, as self-centered as I am. Lord Eluard, without you, I would have gone mad. Thank you, Maria. So, Maria, can you forgive me? Eluard. Maria. Can you really forgive me? Eluard. I love you. I guess it was Maria saying that, but still. If they ever do a voiceover version of this game, they should hire me to do Eluard's line.
He was a good man. What a rotten way to die.
Let's see. I should get some fresh air. You, stop. How could you make Miss Celine cry, Sis Flair? Sis Flair? I won't let you make Celine sad again. Miss Celine. Oh no, my model died. I feel so sad about Carrot, but looking at the moon calms me down a bit. I think everybody else thinks the same. The dead are dead. Denzi will eventually move on. What do you mean? Violet, the Dowager Empress, his family. Denzi has lost many people important to him. He's taken responsibility for all of them. Gotta fix the model. I don't think the camera wants to recognize me. Oh, there we go. There we go. However, Carrot broke those fetters by destroying the antidote. She then asked Peach to be happy and passed away. Denzi is not bound by anything anymore now. Denzi will be fine if he stays with Peach. She's a strong woman. She can live with him and support him. What about me then? Maria, can I support you and live together with you? Eloard. I can't listen to that. Then what about Sis? What about Sis? It looks like he's stuck between I and Celine. What do you think, Lord Eloard? I think he has feelings for Celine. After all, she's the reason why he came with us to begin with. However, I think there might be a deep connection we don't know about between I and him. I think so too. Who do you think suits Sis better? I really can't say. They're both nice girls. I've been thinking though, maybe I knows about a weakness of Sis and is using him? It's just me thinking aloud, so I could be wrong, of course. Also, I think the bond between Celine and Sis is very strong. I couldn't imagine someone getting between the two of them. Why am I disappointed? I have no idea why I'm dancing to this. What is going on? A soulless body shedding tears? This must be some kind of omen. Miss Elizabeth. The time has come. Souls aren't coming from the widow's room anymore. Your pure body will soon give birth to God's Son. Why are you sad? Good morning. Did you have a good night? What? Do I have something on my face? Peach, you sound much happier than yesterday. Did anything happen between you and Denzi last night? Eloard, Kreutzer, hurry up and get ready, we're leaving. Well, who knows? Impressive for an old man. In just one night, he cured Peach's depression. I wonder what he's done to her. Maybe he could teach me. Why? Aren't you happy with Eloard? No, that's not. Looks like you had some fun last night. Was it as good as people say? People say? Where did that bastard in Penza go? I do not know. Maybe Prisorona can help us? We could try going back to Constellarium to look for more information. I agree with Kreutzer. Let's go. Did that count as an end stay? I guess it did. Yeah, everyone's fine. Why is this music still playing, though? Did they just not care? I mean, I guess I kind of know the answer to that already. So there's a funny glitch. There is a funny glitch. You can actually open the chests in this weapon shop, unlike most of the weapon shops. Now here's the thing, you see how there's a melon in here? Limited melon works. So yeah, you can get unlimited melons from this chest, up to 255. I won't though, but if you do it and you get all the way to 255, then when you enter the weapon shop again, it'll be empty. It's such a strange bug. Other than that, there is nothing of note in Philadelphia. Is it a bug? It's definitely a bug. Like, if you ever have to ask that question when it comes to this game, it's a bug. The answer's always, it's a bug. Hello, I'm the commander behind the capture of Philadelphia, Paul Hauser. What do you want from us? I really wanted to talk to you. Thanks to you, the damage we received is minimal. As the Commandant, you have my most sincere thanks. Thank you very much. Thanks to you, we have a place to rest and prepare food. We're going back to Constellarium to recover from our tiredness. We also have business there, so we'll be going shortly too. Excuse us. Wait a second, I have something else to tell you. What now? I want to treat you all to dinner in the future, but... Thanks for the hydration reminder, Greenie. Let's just hurry up to Constellarium. And then I just ran right by the guy. Don't you love when you can't reach a warp without rotating the screen?
It's popcorn time!
Yeah. Yeah. Playing with keyboard exclusively sounds like torture. There's so many places where it's more optimized for mouse. The place where you really should play with keyboard only, though, is in battle, because, like, trying to target with the mouse... Like, that's just hell, right? So I always switch to the keyboard when I'm in battle, but everywhere else I'm mostly using the mouse. Walking speed with mouse is like 10% faster. Somebody just fell down. Let's check it out. If I'm not mistaken, there's some kind of run button for keyboard. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Reporting. Impenza Ramstein is... Impenza is here? Where is he? Crap. Back to Philadelphia, quick! Wait, Sis, we have to bring him to Constellarium. He can still be saved. My unit fought until the end, but our commander gave his life so that I could tell you. Maria, he is all ready. We're going to Philadelphia. Today is the day we catch him. I hope you guys are ready. I really hope you guys are ready. And if you think you're ready, you're probably not. Damn. Are we too late? That's pretty awful. Is that the power of the Delants? It's not the Delants' power. That's the flesh of a demon that perished a long time ago. With the Delants, you can resurrect Ahriman. Is that Impenza's goal? We have to find Impenza quickly. Hello, Dragon Cat Man. You did well coming here. Because of you, I had to kill my little brother with my own hands. I'll never forgive you. Your plan ends here and now. Prepare yourself. I'll never forgive you. We cannot let Ahriman be resurrected. Before we fight, there's something I must ask you. What do you want to know? Why did you teach me magic? Why did you make us suffer through all this? Was it all a plot you made to better use us? I wish I could have been able to control every part of my plan. I did not wish for what has befallen you, and you didn't either. Everything that has happened is the world's will, and it wants to purify itself from the filth. And so it cursed the humans that defiled it. I'm only doing what it wishes. Are you trying to confuse us with such sophistry? It's natural that you wouldn't believe me. It's such a hard truth, after all. To think that your convictions are not truly yours? Of course you wouldn't believe that from the get-go. If that's true, then why did you neglect the world until today? Are you trying to say you know what's best for the world? Me and the world? A union with Gaia, you mean? Yes, I've looked into that indeed. I wanted to unite with Gaia. That was my ultimate dream. But since the world was created by God, this has proven to be impossible. Father. Celine. Answer me, Father. Am I really a magi? Please, tell me the truth. I can't bear it anymore. I want to know the truth. Indeed, you're a magi. But then why? Why didn't you take the Delant away from my body before? If you had killed me before, I wouldn't have had to suffer that much. If you defeat me, I will tell you all that I know. The truth is a cruel and harsh mistress, however. Knowing it will only bring me more suffering. To tell you the truth, I do not wish to add this burden to you. Humans truly are creatures that want to protect their beliefs indeed. That's why Sincrad and I loved you humans. Come on, then. Defend your world and defeat me. Stop showing off! We have nothing to talk about anymore. If what you're saying is true, then your defeat here is Gaia's will. Let's go. Oh, fucker. Do I even bother?
I'm better!
Uh-oh.
Activate the volcanic defense system to shield the base with my lava magma.
I think I'm actually gonna win! That's hilarious! I can't believe I'm actually gonna win this fight! I guess not. I just died. If I can get I back up, I might actually win the fight. That's hilarious, because you're not supposed to win this fight. I feel comfortable telling you guys that. Like, it's a case of, you're not supposed to win it, and the result is the same even if you lose. I definitely didn't win it back then. You've become strong. 19 years ago, I lost my life after my defeat against Syncrad. Because of a contract I signed with a witch, I was resurrected as her puppet. I still had a little ego left, though, and she didn't manage to control me entirely. There was something missing from me. I had to follow her orders. I had to do what she asked. Camera! Excuse me! Camera! I hoped and trusted that you people would be able to defeat me. Celine, the reason why I didn't kill you, it was because I loved you, like my real daughter. I knew that with the humanist power, I could take your Delant without killing you. Good point, Kid Monster. That's why I used Sizz. I wanted to save you. As a result, I made you suffer even more. I'm sorry. Father, why were you so hard with me when we were looking for Delants? You were so cold to me. All I wanted was for you to notice me. I wanted to do all my father said as best I could. Even when I didn't want to, I forced myself to obey your orders. Please pray for the camera to start moving again. Like when you asked me to trick Sizz to find the Delants. I couldn't bear tricking people that trusted me. I spent the whole morning crying in bed that day. I thought about dying in order to stop causing them so many problems. I knew it. Father should have killed me before and taken my Delant. Father didn't have to make me suffer. Celine, you're right. I'm not a good father. I am the one that locked your memories away after all. As promised, I will unlock your memories. It will probably be a shock. But everything really happened to you. I hope that you will be able to find the key to end all of this inside your memories. I'm really proud of you, Celine. You have made some good friends. I One day you will understand all that I did for you. That I did it all for you, Celine. Those are some really weird legs in that walking animation. Yunki. So that's it. I thought you might be hungry. I brought you a midnight snack. Not sure whether you'll like it, but give it a try. Put it over here. Why don't you go rest? Shut up. You're annoying me. Get out. What can I do with this? Yunki. I told you to shut up! I'll put it here. Don't forget to eat. At the time existed the Magi ritual that could make humans immortal. The ritual needed the fresh blood of 1,000 humans to be performed. Most of the sacrifices came from the poor citizens. People offered their own life in exchange for a small allowance for their families. Human life had little value at the time. Those lives would be used to beneficiate politicians, financial leaders, and high-ranking scholars. Lee Hyun-ki and Lee Jae-suk, elites from the DSEF, Social Science Research Institute, also received that gift. Thanks for the hydration reminder. Unfortunately, I don't have the blood of 1,000 humans to drink.
It's a
so
big
I'm just gonna have
maze.
Water. Yeah. Will it be like that forever? It doesn't matter. I love him after all. Hi, Renee. The only one I can love is him. I'm the one for him. One day, I'm sure he will understand how I feel. I've just asked her to come here. She's an elite. She probably won't pay attention. Hey, is that girl really a magi? Idiot. How long have you been working with her? Just look at her. She isn't getting old at all. The magi ritual is just a dream even for us. For commoners without money, relations, or talent, nothing changes. I know it's for immortality, but still, killing 1,000 people is a bit... I never thought you were a moralist. So if you had the opportunity to become one, you'd refuse? Immortality is something divine that all humans have always longed for. It would be stupid to refuse it. By the way, what's the relationship between God. Since they're both elite, you'd think they'd be happy together. They have to be together since everyone else ends up dying. But Lee Hyun-ki seems to really hate her now, so she's as good as his slave. It's like she's his slave. Yeah. How can I help? Yes, there's been an insurrection in VSCS Area 4. We need to alter the plan and shut down that area. There might be an impact on research considering how fast these riots spread. Very well. I will discuss with Dr. Lee Hyun-ki about this shutdown and the upcoming schedule. Yes. Excuse me then. Why didn't you just tell her that in the first place? Come on. You have to be more careful. You think she heard us? Maybe. A slave? Well, if I'm a slave, then... At the time, the DSEF was simulating human evolution and social transformations. What they used to simulate that was the Elizabeth engine. The simulation's goal was to discover in what direction humans should go. And so they created a virtual world starting from primitive times and let it advance. However, before long, the virtual world started contacting the real one. Researchers were very interested by this. But in order to have the most realistic simulation, contact was prohibited. Lee Hyun-ki, however, thought that having some contact with the virtual world was part of the process. He broke the rules and entered in contact with a young woman named Fiona. Yeah, Lost Rune, the official transliterations are in the scrap files. Interesting, they're having a war between themselves. This engine was created to help study changes in the social structure of mankind. They're evolving just like we did. Wars, for example. It truly is astonishing, but it sort of gives me the shivers. I wonder if they'll one day create their own virtual world. Like a mirror in a mirror? Sounds interesting. What is it, Dr. Lee Hyun-ki? I have some research to do. Please leave the room and give you some time. I'm sorry, but I can't leave until I have orders from the higher-ups. Don't worry, I'll make a log. Then... we could go have a drink? We'll be back in 3 or 4 hours. Until then, it's all yours. Did you know that we use CRTs in 2022? Really, really big ones? I wanted to see you again, Fiona. Me too, Master. Can't you stop calling me Master? But I want to call you Master. Very well, then. Your life energy is almost entirely used up. After the refresh, the new patches should be installed. I am ready to sacrifice myself for you any time, Master. I don't want to use you, Fiona. Master, you are my reason to be. I will do anything so that the world is as you want it to be, Master. Say, Fiona, what is it, Master? Would you give birth to my children? I can influence it directly so you don't have too much of a burden to carry. I'll do as you want, Master. However, you're pure and a virgin. You might end up being mistreated. Fiona would do anything for you, Master. Fiona? Hyun-ki. Lee Jae-suk, it's you. Are you trying to do something to the virtual world again? Don't interfere. Don't forget that it's a virtual world. It's not real. Stop doing that. If the higher-ups learn that you're in contact with it, you just have to keep your mouth shut. I'm worried about you. You're spending too much time on the virtual world and not enough in the real one. And fine, just don't interfere. I won't forgive you if you do anything this time. You don't have to worry. I'll be shutting the connection now. Don't be so brazen. It doesn't concern you. Lee Hyun-ki thus influenced the Elizabeth engine. Lee Hyun-ki told Fiona about the virtual world, its goal, and all he knew. Talking with Fiona was his sole enjoyment. One day, one of the researchers was surprised to see that Virtual Society had tried creating their own virtual society. All researchers were gathered for an emergency meeting. The researchers thought that the virtual humans had understood the secret of their existence and were looking for a way to reality. Lee Hyun-ki, now very fond of the engine, stopped the researchers trying to stop the experiment and said that he would handle the situation. However, the agent sent by Lee Hyun-ki through Fiona ended up getting murdered. Fiona told him that there was too much interest in virtual worlds and that it was unstoppable. She wanted his help to guarantee the safety of the virtual world and promised to make them create a perfect society then. Lee Hyun-ki, believing Fiona, persuaded the researchers. Lee Jae-suk, uneasy about his obsession, told him to give up but didn't oppose him directly. Finally, Lee Jae-suk told their truth to their superiors and Lee Hyun-ki's theory was rejected. The engine had to be stopped. Okay. Beat it! Don't show your face here! I'm worried about you. I told you to beat it. Okay. My head feels like it's bursting. Get the hell out! My... Damn it, Fiona. 1 week later... What are you doing here? I brought back the backup of my research data. Why not use it in your own research to make an announcement to the academics? It might be possible to start the VSCS engine. I didn't think it would hurt you so much. I don't think it's enough for you to forgive me, but at least... The data! Where's the data? Give it to me. That's it. I can start with that again with that. Hyun-ki. We'll meet again, Fiona. Lee Hyun-ki used Lee Jae-suk's data as base to construct the Gaia theory and announced it during a conference. By the way, if you want to read an interesting novel about a world inside a computer, I suggest The Planiverse by A.K. Dudney. The Planiverse is an interesting book. I wouldn't say it's amazing, it's just interesting. Because it's about a 2D world inside of a computer. And it actually thinks about the mechanics of how a 2D world would work. Anyway, sorry for sidetracking. Its content was something similar to this. In the center of the middle server is a group of humans that have been connected to each other as a network. Yes, Planiverse. In other words, a new large-scale social structure. Those that are assimilated share consciousness by sending and receiving data, and thus do not hurt the interest of the many with their own petty wishes. If we awaken and follow the true way of life and social structure, then mankind will raise Gaia to the Gamma stage and live eternally. All that join Gaia are assimilated by it without distinction between individuals. And yeah, those are some good faces. I think I see some of the cavemen from my tribe in Tale of the Sun in there. The maximum number of people that can be managed is 144,000, and so the population will have to be closely limited. Those little shits. Fiona. Fiona. One day you'll be reset too. Can't you understand that someone is watching us right now? Hyun-ki, I can't do it. Can't you hear what I'm telling you? You want something from me? I've done all I did just for you. Shut up. And Key. Here's the last thing you can do for me. Hurry and transplant my brain into the Elizabeth engine. Do it and I'll grant you any wish you have. I want nothing. Stop putting on airs, you filthy girl. Your body has been stained by the blood of 1,000 people. Don't act like you're some sort of saint. You make me sick just looking at you. I want to repay them by doing the best I can. I have to bear the weight of 1,000 lives. How many times did you have those bad dreams? How many times did you want to die? I'm sure you must be suffering too. That's why I wanted to help you. Fool. We can't do anything for the one that died. What we can do, however, is to stop this mad world in its tracks. Jae-suk, put my brain into the Elizabeth engine. This is the only way for us two to match our thoughts. Hurry up. Then, can you take me in your arms? That's easy enough. Four years later, a terrible incident happened and the strong started killing the weak to become immortal. God then sent 7 apostles to massacre humans in order to punish the foolish mankind. Mankind refused to make amends for their sins, however. Instead, they searched for a way to defeat the apostles, and found it. They wouldn't resist high temperatures. By using nuclear weapons, mankind succeeded in neutralizing one of the apostles. They inflicted themselves terrible wounds, however. Humanity knew that fighting this way would bring downfall faster than the apostles. What do you want from me? Elizabeth, what sins have we committed? Why must you punish us so? Hey, this isn't the time for that. Shut up. There's nothing humanity can do. All that awaits us is pain. We must recognize our crimes and accept our punishment. I can't die here, not now. After all I did to get that immortal body, I can't lose it already. Shut up, you monster. Foolish humans. You still refuse to acknowledge your sins and keep fighting. Elizabeth. I, the Elizabeth engine, warned you once already. What? You have let virtual human society decay, and you have insulted the engine. You shunned their existence and shut down the engine. Do you think that you are so different from these virtual humans? Do you not think you are dolls just like them? Now it's time for your world to be stopped by God himself. Why does every sentence in this game start with shut up? You still do have a last trump card. What do you mean? Do you remember the crystal that came from the angel you have defeated? There is a good chance that it is the proxy between God and his proxies, the apostles. Since you've recovered it, the apostles' attack has weakened. Now that you mention it, then what should we do? Can't you think by yourself? Or do you trust me blindly? I have said so much already, yet you do not understand. Is there really a way for us to survive? There is one way. First, you must build a huge ark. Then choose 144,000 people to put inside. They will become part of my system until things are calm again. Why only 144,000 people? This is the most suitable number to operate the system efficiently. The others will die sooner or later. They will probably summon a demon to fight against God. Now, let's see what you can do with the crystal. Let's call it a Delant. Delant? The Delants allow God to share his power among his apostles. If even one of the 7 Delants the apostles have is missing, God loses a lot of his power. Then, if you hide one inside a human body, God won't be able to punish you anymore. Can anyone survive that transfer? There is only one. Who's that? Mrs. Lee J. Suk. What? Lee J. Suk. What? Your sacrifice will save mankind. Didn't you want to do your best for your 1,000 victims? Do it, and you can be assured that they will not have died in vain. Oh. How long are you going to keep humiliating me, Yunki? I won't let you manipulate me forever. Transplant me, quick! Before long, the Ark's door shut down. The remaining people gathered near the prophet Zarathustra. Zarathustra wanted to summon the devil to fight against God. And so, ironically, the devil fought alongside humanity against God. After a long fight, both God and the devil disappeared. And so the remaining humans created the history that we now know. Is that Celine's memory? Celine, are you alright, Celine? I have only removed the seal. Just look. Are you sure that's all you did? Sis, I'm fine now. Celine! I've made you suffer until the end. What a foolish father I was. And my sister is... Lee Hyun-ki is inside Elizabeth's body. What's Elizabeth's... No, Lee Hyun-ki's goal? The Seven to launch, the devil's proxy, and a young sheep as a sacrifice. That's what's needed to call back Aryuan. The devil's proxy? You mean me? That's what he must be thinking. That in our era, we're all evil. Says, I have to find Lee Hyun-ki. Please help me. Is that the one you loved in your memories? No, he's still bound to my Gaia theory. That's why we have to stop it. We don't have to care about him anymore. Don't be childish. He wants history to repeat itself in order to destroy humanity. You must do as Celine asked. So, Sis, please. Sis! Alright. My son. Father, it's been quite a while. I tried to do all that I could. So many regrets. Unfulfilled hopes, repeated setbacks. I guess I wasn't strong enough, was I? I'm sorry, my son. You yourself are one of the sins I have committed. Men shouldn't try to be gods. I will have to make you disappear. I was prepared all along. Father? You rascal, you tricked us! What is it that you wish for? It's a revival of the very old confrontation between God and the devil. You planned everything. Father, Father! Celine? I have not planned for it. This is only what the world wants. I am nothing but a marionette. Are you saying that the world wants the god of destruction back? Indeed. It is like saying that goodness cannot exist without evil. Once the world is destroyed and created anew, pure life can grow once more. Creation cannot exist without destruction. A perfect world can only be created after a destruction is perfect. Once upon a time, God saw the world's depravity and decided to create it anew. It wasn't simply a destruction, it was also a painful creation. However, far from repenting, the humans sought the devil for salvation. A battle beyond all expectations between God and the devil started. They were evenly matched. Light and darkness cannot coexist, however. After taking heavy wounds, both disappeared. Thanks to their mutual destruction, a small number of humans survived. An era without God so started. Again, the humans sinned and defiled the world. It is now time for God to advent again and create the world anew. I can't tell which one is God and which one is the devil. Besides, how can you know if something is sin or corruption? I won't get killed for something so arbitrary. There is nothing you can say. In 800 years, I have come to hate how humans are foolish and degenerate. You couldn't possibly understand. I will grant you the chance to see God's grand advent by yourself. This is Nazareth. It's the land of God, the promised place, and everything is ready. Do you really think we'll stand by without doing anything? Oh, there's nothing you can do to stop me anymore. I won't forgive you. This world is rotten to the bone. Children kill their parents. Parents kill their children. Human life has no value anymore. Devil's proxy, come to me! Oh dear. Throw all the melons at it? That'd be a tactic. As expected from the Avatar of Darkness. But never shall light be defeated by darkness. Never. That truly is the devil's power. Little one, become the sheep instead of me and go to God. Scared, Mom? It'll be alright. How could this happen and why? You know there are way more video files in the game than it actually uses? Way more. What the hell is that? At long last. Is that a messenger from God? Yeah, they're mostly alternate versions of the ones that they did use, though. Crap. And watch.
It's popcorn time!
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
Come and see. Mother. Misa. Misa. An earthquake. What do you mean? What's that? There's an Oris falling from the sky. What a terrible place for a typo. It's like last time. It happened last time, too. We can't stay here. We have to run. So, finally, this is how it ends? So jealous that we hate and kill each other? But then, are we no different from those dolls? Oh, I see that it's doing the, weird thing with the speaker audio. One being, estimated to be a magi, is trying to contact us. Let me try to fix the audio. I don't want you guys having weird sounds in your ears. Ah, it's still doing it. I can fix it. I can fix it. Yeah, the beep is fine. The beep is fine. But there's a weird thing in one speaker. It happens randomly. Like a whine or something. Ah, it's still there. Like the sound gradually goes up then pops. Actually, I think it's the blank audio track. How terrible. One of the elders? Very well, let him through. Yeah, I think it's the blank music track. What is it you want? I think you might have an answer for me. An answer? It was a while ago. I've used magic to create human dolls. I created them so that they think and have emotion just like humans. I created the perfect society for them, but even then, in the end, it was destroyed by their most ardent desires. Indeed. Elizabeth. Words, blah. Elizabeth, you must have known from the start that there is no way we can guide mankind the way we are now. Exactly so. Now you see how soft you have been. You must know it. How to create a perfect society. Of course. Tell me. I should have told you already. Restrict the population to 144,000 persons and control the way that they think? Is that really doable? Of course, those that will not be chosen won't accept death. This is not something that can be done with simple human strength. Is it something humans can achieve? Then God. God must be summoned again. Summoning God, is that even possible? It is possible. Both the demon and he have proxies on the earth. If someone became a lamb, and if the 7 Delants are raised into the sky, then God's advent? Then I will be the lamb. Ah yes, the untranslated poem. So if a lamb is found, they can summon based God? This is not the end. This is just the beginning. I kid. I kid. But seriously, this is the end of the 4th chapter. Or 3rd chapter. 3rd. Why did I say 4th? There's only... There's only 4 to begin with. It's the end of the 3rd chapter, and... So what you're taking away from this stream is Philadelphia isn't real? Well, see, the thing is, the whole... it's complicated, but... It's not a virtual world. Not exactly. It's all complicated. Yo, look at the sky. What are those, sis? They're beautiful. The angels are coming. They will be taking us to heaven very soon. Oh God, please save us. The bitrate dimension. Wake up, gamers! You're watching the bitrate dimension with Dan and God video games. and Mr. Devil.
What is a man?
It's a big maze.
Woe to those that live on Earth. Disaster. 3 of the apostles are trying to blow their trumpets. Avesta 8:13. 3 great disasters without comparison, then... We have to hold that monster back. But its power level is different. Too different. So yeah, you guys remember how the world basically half ended in chapter 1? This is the other half. At least he finally gotten around to finishing it up. Ouch. This documentary is pretty raw. Angles? One person said angles. There you're live. Thank you for the raid. You've come in at an interesting time. The world's ending. Hello, what were you playing? I'm sure it was a lot more hopeful than this. I am Sarah Lene, the magical cat girl who plays retro games. You just finished playing East 2 Chronicles Plus and saw my name in the credits. Why, yes, my name is in those credits. Sarah Lean. Oh man, it didn't even heal us. I don't really need the healing if I just avoid the enemies. What is this? I do have a lot of melons, yes. Then you put book 1 and 2 in the dual R just to check them out. Yeah, the classic PC Engine versions are interesting. What the? What happened here? It's random water. I think the water level in the map is set wrong. This game? It is very hard to describe what it's about, but it's a single-player Korean RPG that was made for PC and highly overlooked because it never got an official English translation. I didn't get a proper fan translation until just recent years, like pretty much a year ago or something. But yeah, the plot is extremely complicated after a while. We've basically hit the moment where it's like Xenogears Disc 2 or something, except it's actually like if Xenogears had 4 discs and Disc 2 was the 4th disc. Anyway, I guess there's only one way to go. This game is about everything crazy. Yeah, this game was created by Gravity and Sonnori. And Ragnarok Online was the next game Gravity would go on to make using the same engine. In fact, Ragnarok Online has a buttload of references to this game, because it's basically a sequel, in some ways. Which is a very odd situation. Two of the characters from this game are actually shopkeepers in Islud in Ragnarok Online. And yeah, there's a Ragnarok Online skin for the menu right here, along with other games. Anyway, the world's ending. Let's save.
What a shame.
What a shame. Yikes, that hurts. A lot. Oh my gosh. I'm doing well. How are you doing, Dark Shadow Rage? Always good to see you. I better go back to the save point and heal again. You got better, that's good. That's the important thing, you got better. I'm glad you got better. What the heck? Okay, that's a lot of enemies. Sometimes these things just happen. Okay, I might be able to take this. And yeah, from now on, Raven is the battle theme for the rest of the game. One of your tonsils got swollen on the left side of your throat. So basically, like, minor tonsillitis or something. Tonsillitis is really serious when you are a kid. Not as much when you're an adult, usually. Yeah, except one. Man, this rhino is just going to town. What the heck? The main characters were Sis and Maria. Sis Flair and Maria Cates. Although as the story goes along, there's many more characters that are equally prominent, like Eluard von Heinberg. You all understand what's going to happen? Elizabeth will revive the god of destruction and bring us all down in the process. If it happens, this will mark the end of mankind. I don't care about anybody else, but I won't die and let them do as they please. I absolutely agree. So what should we do? We have to find Elizabeth, the cause of everything. But we have no idea where she is. What about that? 2 of us will stay here and find out how people from the old world fought against the apostles. The rest will look for Elizabeth, and we'll meet back here and debrief. Alright, then let's make the groups right now. Door is still locked, I see. What the? Okay, I can go into the first room, I see. Error, you are not authorized to operate this. So basically, you know, the main characters are Sis and Marina. Although Sis looks a lot different than he did when the game started. And Maria simply lost her ponytails. Pretty much everyone has been important, though. Like, you actually have to give the game credit for how everyone has been important. Except Kreutzer. Kreutzer just kind of vanished for a while, and then came back to deliver a shocking revelation. Frodo. That sounds like something Firehawk would say. I'm simultaneously impressed and horrified. Sis looks like Demon Yusuke? Yeah, kind of. It's because, who's Kreutzer again? You know, Kreutzer. Alucard. But yeah, Sis got separated into, like, a body of pure light and a body of pure evil. And we got the body of pure evil in our party. What the? Huh. That's not Alucard. Whereas Sis' original body could be considered the body of pure light. The one from earlier in the game. Oh god, it's another rhino. Well, see, Eluard is clearly a Belmont, so he can't be Alucard. Alucard? That rhino just exploded. I just hit a rhino and it exploded. That doesn't usually happen. Okay, that might be excessive. Exactly, Font. I feel like every game should have that feature. Oh god, I'm not fighting this group. Is that a seahorse? Why is there a seahorse? Oh god, this group is even worse. Hey, sagebrush. I can actually use that kind of. Tenzi, get out of the party. Please. What in the... Why is there an East Origin boss in here? I mean, not literally. Oh my god! It has boss levels of health. Also, I've made Ai so fast that she basically is rolling around at the speed of sound. Oops, I didn't mean to run from the battle. Oh no. Oh well. I'm just like, oh no! Anyway. What the? Dude, you okay? Oh baby. Fire shower still doing business. Kinda ridiculous when you think about it. Man, what's happening to that poor thing? Nice hit, eye. And then she takes the maiden load of the EXP, of course. Of course she does. Trollsbane? And you know what I need right about now? Tearfing. I don't even remember when you get Tearfing and if it's mandatory or not. Huh, that looks pretty good. It takes away your skills though. Am I really using her skills right now? Way too much of a speed hit for Eluard. Okay, let's go. Damn it. You'll see. Let me out of that coach. Taking me. Ha! What a sight for sore eyes. Disappear too. Huh? You rascal. Crap. How dare you? What? Oh well, sucks to be that guy.
What a shame. He was a good man. What a rotten way to die.
Random fire. And now to go to Murham. I'm pretty sure Tiny was one of the first towns they made. Like, if you look at what little can be observed in the development cycle, it just seems that way. Like, it's even in the Korean demo, isn't it? And at that point, they didn't even have sprites for all of the main characters or anything. Man, there's so many enemy types that just show up all of a sudden in the last chapter. I get how you feel, RPG. I get it. For once, I got the least EXP, I think. Anyway. This place is totally desolated. What are we really fighting for here? There, over there too. Everything's already in ruins. Looks fine to me. Do you have any regrets? I don't know. Anyway, we cannot die like this. Yes, it's too early to give up. There must be something we can do. But how? Lady Celine? Yes? What do you remember about the ancients? A bit. I think everybody knows it, but in the past, the ancients managed to defeat one of the apostles. From the apostle, they found a stone, the Delant. How did the ancients defeat the apostle? Do you have any memories of that? That's it. If only we knew how. Maybe it can defeat the apostles. So, Lady Celine? That's a great weapon that was made by the best scientists of my time. It creates a fireball of thousands, no millions of degrees. I would ask if that's Fahrenheit or Celsius, but I'm guessing first one, then the other. It creates a giant fireball then. Could they really do that? The ancient science was at its highest. They could fly in the sky, go to different planets. No. What I was wondering is how we could ever do something like that ourselves. Well, that's... Can't we use fire magic? According to Avesta, Ahura Mazda lent his fire to man. Maybe it's somehow related? He lent his fire to them, so Ahura Mazda appeared in front of them then. And the ancients used God's fire to defeat the Apostle? I wonder, maybe we shouldn't take the lent his fire portion literally. Isn't that strange, though? Why were the ancients destroyed if they managed to defeat the Apostles? That's true. They defeated the Apostles, but destroyed themselves in the process. The ancients themselves sealed those weapons. Why? I don't know either. They must have some kind of flaw. Anyway, no standard method will work. We can't just stand here doing nothing. We must do what we can, even if our chances are slim. I feel the same way. An ancient weapon? Where was it sealed? The Ark. The Ark? Yes. They've been sealed there. Come on, give me a break. The Ark? Where's that thing supposed to be? Hello, The Ark was the ancients' last hope. A small number of humans were selected and put to sleep in order to create a new history to Man-King. Man-King? Man-King? Of all the typos. I mean, I know it's supposed to be mankind, but Man-King? It is some sort of cradle. The Ark contains all the civilization of the ancients. I'm sure they must have had weapons that could defeat the Apostles, too. We can keep scratching our heads, but it won't solve anything. We have to go to the Ark. It might be of some use if we don't find any weapons. There might be a clue to defeating the Apostles. You haven't been listening to me. I'm in favor of going to the Ark, but I have no idea where we can find it. We simply don't have the time to go looking for it randomly. While we search, the world will be destroyed by the Apostles. What is it, Lady Celine? Sorry, I don't really know. I don't know what happens after the Ark flies away. Damn it, so there's nothing we can do about it? However, I do know there's a gate connected to the Ark somewhere on the ground. I don't know if it still exists, but if it does... Very well. Let's look for that gate as fast as we can. Indeed. We can't let it go to waste the little time we have left. We must leave right away. We might never find it, even if we go looking, though. Let's try some places that we know. We must have missed something somewhere. Hey, how can the door be locked if there's no door? Clearly, there's just a floating lock. What, like a psych lock? What the? What the? Dude! You know the world's ending, right? Dude, the world's ending and you're in here Selling stuff? It'd be really nice to get Eluard that whip, but I can't. You know how it is, death and taxes. Hello there, it seems you'll be my last customers. Well, that's depressing. Accurate, but depressing. I think I gotta walk all the way back to Constellarium, right? Yeah, there's so many typos. Freeform spelling. I'm gonna restart the game because I'm worried it might crash. So I may as well crash it myself. Okay. Okay, onward to Constellarium. After I fall in this hole. Noah? It's possible. I'm at least going in. Majesty, the Emperor. Use magical healing on him right away. Hang in there. There's no need, my lord. This senile old fool is done for. Please take this instead. What are you saying? Never give up until the end. This is the proof of emperorship. The symbol of the Empire. The royal seal. Please make this country, this world, a good place again. All right. I never thought there were still loyal subjects in this day and age. Confirming information. Operation validated. Warping to the Constellarium underground. Warp device operation selection number 2. Warping, select number 43. It's shaking. The Ark, it's... We can't get down anymore. Let's go. Okay, please stop shaking. Please? Check if anyone could use that sword meaningfully. I guess I don't have Kreutzer with me though, so actually no. Birdies. What? Sorry, birdies. Sorry. I really don't need to fight these. What the? The Ark structure is so complex we've yet to understand it. We're fairly sure there's a lower level. We'll need power to reach it, though. Maybe we can go there if we manage to get the power back on? Wait, how did Prisarona get here? Prisarona just wander in like, yeah, we're here, deal with it. Like, I definitely forgot details like that, probably because they're stupid. No. Close, though. I'm gonna get a soda. Enjoy the music. Here I am. Oh no, the music got stuck. No. Why are you hydrating me when I went to get a drink? You're not wrong. Hey look, it's the basic hedgehog enemy. Bonnie, God.
I think you're the fake hedgehog around here.
Fun fact, I had to name the redeem the way I did because the word fake is filtered. What the? Okay. That was the fastest thing alive. Well, if you try to put the word fake in a sound redeem, it won't let you. It'll tell you there's an invalid word. But for some reason, faker is not in the filter. Which raises more questions, if you ask me. I think you're the hedgehog around here. Oh no, spiders. They even stole the word. Why can't I say fork? Yeah, take it easy, Lost Rune. As always, thanks for joining. Say as always, but it's been like, you know, not that many times, but it's still a delight to have you there. What the? Good job. Already been this way, haven't I? Oh great, it's still shaking here. Why is the entire place shaking? It's a storage box, Jackie. Jackie? It's JD. Why did I say Jackie? There's two entirely different people. Come on. I'm okay. Just at a loss because I don't remember where the switch is. Like, that's the thing about Noah. In Noah, you have to find a switch to get to the next floor. Ad infinitum for 12 floors. It's a cool dungeon, but it is repetitive. But on the flip side...
It's a big maze.
No, that's not the flip side. On the flip side, this is the penultimate dungeon.
I'm interested in this.
I don't think I went into this room. Not that it seems to have helped me at all. I'm paying more attention now, though, so... As I recall it, with each floor you go up, the monsters get tougher. I'm sure the switch will be something more obvious. What the? It teleported again. I guess that's just what that hedgehog does. Is that what chaos control is? Wow, I just made my voice. Oops. There's the switch. Obviously. So, we know what we're looking for. Shouldn't be hard to find, just tedious. Because there's a lot of rooms in each of these floors. And I kinda need to check them all anyway, since there's treasure chests in some of them. So you understand my conundrum. Are those just plain whispers? Like, straight up? They look extremely similar. What the? I don't think I remember encountering any of these. I'm pretty sure I would remember that. So, if the opposite of pro is con, is the opposite of Donkey Kong Donkey Prog? Could be, I don't know. Either way, I need to check all the rooms because they might have chests in them. All of these have 12 rooms per floor. The map doesn't actually tell me if there's items in those rooms or not. Or... okay, it does. It's too hard to read. So we're gonna be here a while. What the? I was wondering when that would show up. Makes him really slow though. Yeesh. I think this is just hands down the best helmet in the game. In every way. This is the last item on the floor. At least I know how many items there are on each floor, so I can make sure that I don't have to spend too much time on each floor. There's 3 items on this floor. Oh, it's these things. In general, they definitely could have designed the dungeon a little better. Like by labeling the doors, perhaps. Much as I love this game, I won't defend some of its flaws like that. Hi Cody, how's it going? Oh, there's turfing. The thing about turfing is you're only allowed to use it a few times. And then it expires and is lost forever. At least if I remember right. Seriously? Still need to find the switch, and there's one more chest somewhere. Not talking about mine over here. Yeah, well, it is a stock sound effect that a lot of things used. But it was indeed prominently featured in RPG Maker 2000 and 2003. Hey, there's Zergers. It's been a while since I saw a Zerger. To be clear, Roto, that's Zerger, not Burger. Some people only react to certain words. I had Arby's earlier. Longinus Spear. What the heck? It's entirely better than Gable. What the? Why would you put the switch there? That's hard to... That would be easy to miss. There's such a thing as Zergest. I don't know. We don't have a StarCraft 3. Okay, I don't need to be in... Don't need to be in here because, I got all the items. On the 4th floor, there is... Sounds like a bunch of items in a single room. I think you made Roto hungry. He went downstairs for some reason. Yeah, magic was way high, but Tenzi doesn't have magic. And nobody else can use spears. What the heck? Dude, you okay? What the... This is the chapter 1 boss music? What in the heck? Okay, only really affected by magic. It is funny how that continues to be the case, isn't it? Fire Pillar never got any weaker.
Yeah, Jackie, you would think. Yeah, it seems that way. Really? Really? There's gotta be a better way. Ah. Of course. Look who got all of the EXP for that. Alright, Word. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks for dropping by. Ah. Don't mind me, just killing a tornado. As one does. Man, where's that button? I mean, I already found the button, didn't I? It's the chest I'm looking for, right? No, there's just lights on in the hallways. Believe me. Take it easy, Grilson. Good night. Can't blame you. Oh, there's the button. But where's the... Ah. Okay, fair enough. Just a bunch of elemental medicines. Can't complain though, they're useful. Especially this late. Okay, there's one item on this floor. But there's 2 switches. Yep, another one. Okay, there's a power switch. moment. There we go. Why was it walking backwards? Who knows? I felt like that. Surgical gloves. Seems like they're kind of rubbish. Even the actual surgeon in the party can't do it. Like, it's just too useless. There are 3 items on this floor. I think I'm gonna call it. Also, my model seems to be stuck in a very interesting position. I got caught on glue. I hope everyone enjoyed. I think this is a wild part of the game, and it seems like next time will definitely be the final stream of the Arcturus run. Thank you for the hydration reminder.
Yes!
Next stream will be soon. I got a lot to get through. So yeah. As always, thank you all for joining me. You're all wonderful. It means the world to me that you guys choose to spend your time with me. Okay, so I will roll the credits and we will raid as it always goes.